So we return again to the scene at the burnt ruins of the old Elysium cottage house in the dead of night, as the moon pours down on these four cainites gathered together, having just heard this tale from the mysterious figure known as Leviticus, and having just been told that the prevention of some virulent catastrophe about to befall the cainites of London rests on the young, and that if this is to be interrupted, it will be because of their actions. And the four cainites here are about to depart for their own tasks in the remaining night. But before they do, you all have a few more moments as you're turning to go. Is there anything else anyone wishes to say or bring up before you all split off?
Given the gravity of the statements made by the shadowy figure, Quinn turns to Tito and extends a hand. That sheet we use to compare, presumably, the apology from Bella Matea's child, I'll need it back if I'm to proceed with any research.
Tito will willingly offer this. It's all yours.
Much appreciated. And he'll tuck it back in with the rest of his notebook.
All right. I leave the scene to you. What do you all need to do?
Well, like earlier, Tito needs to still speak with Marco.
It seems we have a great many priorities on our plate. While I would be more than happy to assist with the interrogation of your witness, Tito, and have a meeting of the mind of the local clergy, it appears you have other things you must address first. By all means, visit me at my estate when you've completed your errand with your sire. We'll proceed accordingly from there.
I do not know if there will be much left for this night before the interrogation on the following. But I will be looking for everyone at Elysium on that night.
Very well.
We turn to Abel. What is Abel doing, or is he leaving?
Abel watches the group that seems surprisingly calm about the revelations that Leviticus has levied upon them, and questions partially their sanity. He draws a hand from his robe and opens it palm up towards the group. Yeah, there is a question that I have before we part ways. With all of the human militia, is there a good place in which to feed? I am, of course, new to that city.
Quinn arches a brow and looks to the others to see if they're going to volunteer an answer.
There are many transients near the port of London. I found them easy prey on nights where I hunger.
Danke, Simon. I don't know why I did not think of it before. I come from a place without a port. Perhaps that is why. And Abel lowers his hand back to his side and turns his back to the group and begins walking off towards the city and eventually into the night.
As he goes, Quinn will call after him. If, after you've fed, you find yourself in need of company, I offer the same invitation I did to Tito. Visit me at my estate. I can always use a fresh pair of eyes.
Abel pauses and turns his head, revealing his silhouette to you. Yeah, I will consider it. And then turns and continues walking.
All right, should I assume the rest of you depart, or?
I mean, I was going to speak to Simon since he's still here. As for my new fosterling, even if only for a night, we have supplies to gather.
I forget what we need supplies for.
Medical research.
Oh, that's right. Simon sighs.
Are we in that much of a hurry then? There was something else I wanted to ask you about.
I can't see why we'd need to hurry. But if you're going to be picking up supplies, and he pulls a pouch from inside his tunic, hefts it a couple of times. This should do for any expenses you incur on my behalf. And he offers it out. It should be noted that there was no telltale jingling of coin.
What is this?
My trade is spice. These are some surplus peppercorns I received as a gift from a supplier.
You want me to try to trade in peppercorns?
Worth their weight in gold.
I'm not sure some of my contacts would agree.
Germany, France, Spain, and Portugal would find their objections laughable.
Spain, Portugal, France, and Germany aren't here.
But I'm sure they would accept those countries' currency just as readily.
Shall I also offer them a bushel of wool if they regret... if they should resist, I mean?
I don't have any wool.
More's the pity.
He'll take the bag.
Well, at least I know if I'm robbed, I won't feel too guilty about it.
What is Tito doing as this exchange is going on?
Tito would have hurried along while the others were talking, having said what he needed to say.
Alright, so Tito left.
Yes.
Alright, so it's just the two of you now.
Quinn will begin leading the way back to the city. Not in any great hurry. Plenty of time to chat up.
Alright, with that we will end this scene and transition. We will catch up first with Tito Vega and see what he gets up to. Now, Tito, you said that you were going to find Marco Vespucci, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Going straight to his manor?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Tito, we follow you along through the streets of the city as you return, and before long, you are again back at Marco Vespucci's manor, and once more are let back in. This time, the odd little doorman who greets you seems to recognize you and doesn't question you quite as much, and leads you not to the outer parlor where you previously met Marco, but to an inner office, a kind of study. And as you step inside, you see that Marco Vespucci is standing off to the side, looking out a moonlit window, which casts a long shadow behind him. Thank you, Svit. That will be all. Good evening, Mr. Vega. He says, turning to you, the pale light of the moon catching the side of his face, but hiding the other half in darkness.
Good evening, Marco.
The small doorman steps away and disappears into the hallway. Quite the inauspicious night we're starting off with, wouldn't you say? The death of a primogen, the death of the child of another primogen. Dark times, Mr. Vega, dark times.
Words I utter myself all too often.
And yet, full of opportunity. He says, turning and walking over to a potted plant where some deep red flowers grow, and caresses the petals as he speaks up again. Where once weeds died, roses may now grow. With Lady Pierce gone, an opening has revealed itself, one that I and my sibling, Genevieve Silvers, both eye. She wishes to reclaim her former glory, but her time has passed. The Ventru need new representation, and I mean to fulfill that need. He turns to gauge your reaction.
So it is.
But that's enough about me. Perhaps we can speak more about why I may include you on this idea of mine. What brings you here this evening now?
Well, I have assembled a team that I believe will be able to carry out my objective. I wanted some details on what you had in mind of getting in. What kind of cover did you say you had?
Ah, yes. For His Grace, Lord Marshal Emerson, the Duke of Cornwall, yes?
Correct.
Getting in is actually a simple matter. It would be no trouble. There is a guard at the edge of the estate. You would be given free entrance if you arrived, an expected guest. And he moves toward his desk as he speaks, and leans over, reaching for something. Lord Emerson knows my seal and insignia. And he turns again to face you, holding a rolled-up letter sealed with red wax and stamped.
Exquisite. This will be most useful.
Truly. Have this with you. Do not break the seal, of course, but present it to the guard and bring it to Lord Emerson. If he sees it is unbroken and reads it himself, I imagine this will all go much more civilly for you.
Very well. With that said, you have piqued my interest on this void you intend to fill.
Yes, he says with a smile. There are two things you may do for me, Mr. Vega. I would have you assist me in mending the very tenuous Masquerade in London. One of the sanitarians claimed to have seen a fanged monster in the waterways beneath London, and I mean to clean this mess through some misdirection.
Misdirection?
He nods once, pacing back to the window. Several things must be done, in careful order and quick succession. I need to round up one of the city's lepers. I need you to do this, find where one lives, and then bring several dead and butchered kine to his home while he sleeps. Simultaneously, the sanitarian worker who made this report, he must be discredited. His name is Stephen Adams. He has a home near Bishopsgate. Travel there in the night, or have someone travel while he is away, and plant opium within. Then all we must do is anonymously tip the night constable to both the leper's whereabouts and the drug problem the sanitarian faces. And if all goes well, they'll dismiss the report, hang the leper, and the sanitarian will lose his position.
Excellent. This is something well within my capabilities.
I'm most glad to hear that. The second task I would have you do is bring me Simple Simon. I wish to speak with the fallen prior.
Truly.
He nods.
Very well. When I have an opportunity, I shall arrange a meeting.
I appreciate your forthcomingness with the assistance, Mr. Vega. I bid you a good evening until next we meet.
Indeed. To future business.
He nods with a wry smile creeping across his large face.
And with that, Tito will take his leave.
Alright. Where does Tito mean to go now?
It was about quite late in the evening, is that right?
That is correct. It's getting fairly late.
About what time would you say?
Probably 2, around 2. Maybe 3.
The only thing Tito has in mind right now is to go out hunting before calling it a night.
Alright. And how does he mean to hunt and where at?
He'll go near his domain. I don't believe we actually ever fleshed out the kind of people around that area.
Let me bring up my map. The domain that you hold, that the Lasombra hold, is right next to the Blackfriar Priory and St. Paul's Cathedral. It's a pretty well-to-do neighborhood. There aren't exactly rich neighborhoods in this time, but there aren't any closed-down boroughs or slums. This isn't the Rack, by any means.
Would you say the streets are fairly populated during this night, or probably not?
Not as much at this hour, except, of course, of the city guard and the cleanse. Do you want me to come back to you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. We will switch scenes. we will follow Simple Simon and Quinn. So you two are setting off to gather supplies for this research, is that correct?
Yep.
Alright. What is your strategy for gathering these supplies?
Well, this hour it's probably not going to involve any actual commerce, because I would imagine most shopkeepers have closed up their stalls.
That's correct. That you know of, at least.
Fair point. So as I see it, Simon, we haven't much time to gather supplies before most shopkeepers will have closed for the evening. Certainly by now. And he stops for a second. It occurs to me that some shopkeepers may not necessarily be as welcoming to certain currencies of foreign lands. He pulls a jangly pouch from inside his tunic.
Simon looks at the jangly pouch and says, "That's what I've been trying to tell you."
I very rarely need to deal directly with merchants, unless I'm doing the selling. And he hands over the pouch.
I have 2 contacts that might be able to help us get the things we need.
Out of curiosity, would I have been able to put together a relatively concise list of necessary supplies based on my review of these notes?
Yes, you spend an entire night looking over those notes, so you're well informed.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to have to try and pull these terminology out of my asshole.
You would need many physician and barber tools, blades, scalpels, and other instruments such as those.
Torture instruments and whatnot.
As well as things much that an alchemist or an apothecary might use: alembics, retorts, calcinator, ceramic collecting jars, and of course you'd need subjects, live people, not animals, at least according to these notes.
Actually, Quinn would have probably a few, we'll say, customers who work as apothecaries then. Where might we start then? I couldn't tell you exactly who I could expect to be out and about at this hour.
We could call upon my own friend, Marcus of Bathgate. He's an apothecary and an alchemist. What's more, he's rather eccentric. He won't ask any questions, so long as you pay him in a way that satisfies him.
I'm fairly certain I can accomplish that.
As for the other things you need, I have friends both in grocery and at the Port of London.
We'll leave the live subjects until tomorrow.
Those I couldn't help you with anyway. Tell me, you don't plan on killing them, do you?
If all goes to plan, that shouldn't be an issue.
Why does that not comfort me?
Because it relies on the note-taking and experimentation of the Malkavian.
Meanwhile, since we're not going to dive into this too deeply tonight, I have a request to make of you.
By all means. Worst thing I can say is no.
I should like to see my old friend Grey Rat one last time before he meets the sun. They did intend to commute his sentence tonight, did they not?
At dawn, so far as I was aware.
He'll be guarded, but I'm sure they will not resist my talking to him.
So long as your intent is not to free him, I don't see an issue with this.
Free him? Dear me, no. I merely ask for closure.
I see no reason why not.
I should see no reason to free a man so sloppy anyway.
Indeed, I think the prince was less offended at the actual assault than at the fact that he was caught.
It was ham-fisted at best. But as I said, I did it out of curiosity.
I've known a few Bruja who were as offended by a slap in the face as the poor execution of the insult.
I think that maybe that would help me respect the Bruja a bit more.
Very well. Then let us go and visit your friend.
The only question is, where do they plan to do it? The top of the Tower of London would not be a safe place.
No, if I were to stake someone out for the sun, it would probably be beyond the east walls.
Perhaps it would be better to be sure. You have contacts among the rabble of the city.
More that I am their contact, but I'm sure I could send word. See who knows what.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to call in any favors with my own clan, given that I'm ostracized of a sort.
Give us time. I'm happy to share whatever status comes from any discoveries we're able to make.
He rolls his eyes.
Well, at least your plan isn't insane. 1 out of 3, that's not bad.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I don't even know what that means.
Alright. So where are you heading then?
So Quinn is going to go calling on one of the Bruja he knows in the area. Let's see if they know where Grey Rat's meant to be executed.
Okay. Does he have any contact for that, or is he
Nope.
just hoping
Just
based on...
just hoping. Just hoping.
Okay. You could still try.
It's worth a shot.
Being whip of the Bruja does afford you some contacts, so
A little leeway.
go for a... Well, let me first ask, how are you trying to gain this information? Let's say you find one.
How am I trying to gain? Well, I was kind of going to just ask. It's not as if it's a dearly guarded secret
Wait, what is it you're asking?
where Grey Rat's being executed.
Oh, any neonate you speak to just says the tower. They don't seem to know any better. because that's what was said in court.
Would I know where to find the sheriff at this hour?
There's only a few places the sheriff is likely to be at any hour, and that's either his domain, the court at the tower, and infrequently Elysium. Of those, at this point, it is likely that he is still at court, since that was happening this same night. So it is more likely at this hour he's still at the tower.
And he ought to know where the execution's going on, since it's kind of his job. So we'll go see if we can't... Hold on. We'll see what the sheriff knows. He is the prince's headman, after all.
He and I are not currently on good terms.
It's a simple enough request, and I'll be the one making it.
Suit yourself.
Alright, so the two of you are off to the tower?
Yep.
Okay. We will break from the two of you briefly to switch to Abel. What do we see with Abel, and where is he going?
Abel is obfuscated and wandering towards the ports of the city, looking for an opportunity to strike.
Alright, describe to me what Abel's hunting strategy is generally here.
Abel is looking for the sheep that has lost its flock, or the shepherd that is, I don't know. I'm going for a metaphor there. I failed. He's looking for somebody who is out and about, probably shouldn't be, wrong place, wrong time, preferably with no witnesses. So really, just that golden opportunity there. But if he finds something close, he might consider it.
All right. You can try a... Let me think. Wits Alertness, difficulty 8. Well, that's not good. Give me a moment to think about this. Alright, so... Since you botched, the way this happens is you actually do find someone to feed on, and you are actually in the midst of sating yourself and draining someone. You do find someone who goes down an alley, and you follow them, and it seems to be going very well. And you're feeding, and I'll ask first, how much do you intend to drain from the person you find and feed from?
No more than 2.
Alright, so it's as you pull back from this person, and they're a bit woozy and have to sit down for a moment, when you realize that there's someone else in the same alleyway, that you thought you were alone and you thought you had the perfect opportunity, but you actually did not. And you have someone else in this area who has found you.
What does this person look like?
Give me one moment. You look up and see a figure who is standing further down the alley and making slow footsteps in your direction. And you do not immediately know who this is.
What are they dressed in?
They're dressed like a noble. They have the attire and the dress and the grooming of someone who looks very aristocratic. And there is a saber at their side. And they seem not to be surprised or horrified that you've been feeding on this person. And they take a few steps up to meet you eye to eye so that you can see that they have caught you, more or less. You see that it's a man who is speaking up now.
The victim that Abel was feeding from, is he just drowsy? Has he passed out, or...?
He's not quite passed out. He's leaning against a wall, and he looks very out of it. Maybe like someone who's very drunk.
Can you describe the alley that we're in? How tall are the buildings?
Sure.
Am I close to... Is there like an intersection of the alley? Is there...
It looks very much like this background here. You have basically two ways, one way forward, one way backward, and many houses in between, many doorways into different areas. The waterfront is on the other side of one block of these houses. And this man has come up from further into the alley, from opposite way you came. And he speaks up to you as he comes close. What do we have here? Someone who's hunting in the wrong domain. I don't recognize you.
Abel will slowly spread his arms and bow to the man, not taking his eyes off of him, though. I am most apologetic, good sir. I am not from here.
Clearly. But you don't strike me as a forlorn fledgling, if you know it is impolite to hunt in another's domain.
Yeah, that is true, Monsieur Eyre, but with the plans it was difficult, and the plague and...
I care not for your excuses. This is the domain of the Toreador. I am Isaac Lavelle. You would do well to know whose domain you tread on.
Again, deepest apologies, Eyre Lavelle. You will not catch me in this area again.
It is within my right to destroy you for hunting in my domain. You are, of course, breaking a tradition.
You, of course, may do as you wish, Eyre, but I feel that Belamatea will be displeased with you.
He breaks into a laughter, flashing a fang, not seeming to care that this man is not actually passed out. Ah, but you are new here. To think that I would care about the whore of London's opinion. I have no intention of adding to the body count. What was your name?
I am Abel. Eyre Lavelle.
Abel, I have no intention of adding to the body count. That is rising steadily in this city. I will spare you, but I will consider this a favor owed to you, that I allowed you to hunt in my domain. This is something I give to you in the expectation that it will be repaid greatly.
Of course, Eyre Lavelle. Do let me know how I may be of assistance.
He scrutinizes you, seeming to study your face, as though committing it to memory. Very good. I shall remember the name. And I hope not to catch you here unwelcome again.
Abel says nothing and bows as he backs up a few steps.
Isaac Lavelle watches you the entire time as you back up, seeming content to keep his eyes on you the whole time until you're out of sight.
As soon as he turns the corner, Abel will obfuscate himself.
All right. You manage to leave the alleyway unmolested and with 2 more blood in your system for the trouble, leaving this cainite behind, whoever he is. So now that Abel has fed at least somewhat, what does he mean to do with the remaining hours of the night?
Approximately how far is he from his haven? Does he have time to do anything that takes him away from it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
Approximately how far away is he from his haven?
You've gotten quite far away from the haven that Bella gave you. It would take you probably almost an hour to get back to it. There's not a whole lot of free time left.
Then Abel has stepped on enough toes for one evening and will head back, keeping his eyes and ears open as he does, though.
Alright, you are able to return to your haven without making more enemies or owing more favors, luckily. And you return to your haven for the evening. So we turn back to Simon and Quinn. And Quinn, you said that the 2 of you were heading to the tower to find the sheriff, is that correct?
That's correct.
Alright. We will change scenes. Alright. You are let back into the tower. You pass back through the western gate, seeing that there are still a full complement of guards, and you actually recognize one of the Toreador who is at the gate. You suspect by now that they have to employ at least some number of cainites at the periphery, given that the many gifts of Cain allow for, well, a lot of incursion and more covert entry to the tower. But he recognizes you, and you're able to pass back in, and before long you're back in the White Tower. And it seems that most of court has dismissed by now. It is getting quite late. There are a handful of cainites still in the area, and you do see that the prince is gone, but the sheriff seems to be hanging around in the area, and he's speaking to one of these neonates when you enter.
My Lord Sheriff, a small request, if I may.
The sheriff breaks from his conversation, and the neonate bows quickly and departs as the sheriff turns to you. Oh, what's this?
My charge has made a request that he be allowed to pay his last respects to the traitor, Grey Rat. They were clansmen, after all.
The sheriff looks past you and to Simon and scoffs for a moment. Last respects. This is not owed to you.
I know that, Sheriff.
he says, not looking in his eyes.
If it would help, I give my word he will do nothing untoward.
Make a charisma expression roll, difficulty 7.
Give me a moment. You would have to ask for the one social ability I don't have.
Yeah, it's a talent. You can still try it. No penalty.
Difficulty 5, you said?
7.
Let's see, that's why I asked.
The sheriff looks you in the eyes for an uncomfortable length of time. Prince didn't say whether or not he wanted any visitors. I place it on your status, and that Ambrose entrusts his charge to you, that this will not come back to bite any of us in the ass.
If I believe that he would do anything you would regret, I promise to kill him myself.
Very well. Greyrat is upper in the tower. There is a chamber in the circular turret. It ends in a small room where the sun shines in. It allows for convenient, well, destruction from within the tower itself. I would make your closure quick.
Gratitude, Lord Sheriff. Please, come and see me if I can be of any assistance in any of your endeavors.
He nods and turns away.
And Quinn will go ahead and begin leading the way up to the stated place.
You make your way up one of these circular staircases that lead up into the White Tower, and it eventually comes to a room where the door looks wooden but reinforced with metal, and there is a guard at the door. It looks like a Cain just simply because you don't recognize him. But he's standing there in front of the doorway.
I forgot to ask, can we see inside at all? Or is it just a big heavy wooden door?
There's a metal... There is an opening where you can see it's barred metal, but you can see through it.
Is Greyrat currently staked?
He is currently staked.
Okay. Then I will approach the guard. Let us pass.
You get permission then.
Indeed, from the sheriff.
He looks around and then looks inside briefly. Suppose you wouldn't have made it this far if you hadn't. Alright, make it quick. And he steps aside to unlock the door, and he opens it up.
Quinn will note for Simon's benefit, I did mean what I told the sheriff.
What do you think I'm going to do?
I have no preconceptions, but I do need you to be aware that I did give my word.
How long until sunrise?
ST?
For you guys, it's about 2 hours, and you know it's going to be about an hour to get back to your haven, Quinn.
I'll give you 30 minutes.
More than ample, thank you.
Quinn does not leave the room.
The door shuts behind you. You hear a lock.
First thing Simon does is look up.
You see that, indeed, true to the sheriff's description, there is a large window that is, of course, barred in metal, but it is large and wide enough that you are certain that when the sun rises, this chamber will inevitably fill with light, especially where Grey Rat is staked and seated.
Well, they are thorough, aren't they?
Simon looks at Quinn and then goes to kneel next to Grey Rat. Has his mask been taken from him?
The mask has been taken from him, and you can see his true and horrid form unmasked, perhaps for the first time.
He'll actually take his long fingers and put them under Grey Rat's head and lift it up, putting them eye to eye.
I know you can hear me.
And he'll look in those eyes for some sign of recognition.
You can't tell if there's any recognition or not. There's simply no movement.
I'm not sure what I was expecting to find when I came here, but there is a reason for it. Your sire, he is a friend of mine. And I'm quite certain that Tristan has always considered you a disappointment. Far be it from you to prove him wrong. I just wanted you to know, Grey Rat, I won't fail him. The Nosferatu of this city have dwelt in the shadows for far too long. It's fools like you that give us our bad name.
He'll look back at Quinn again to see what he's doing. He's not hiding, he's not whispering, so you can hear him.
Quinn seems to be doing his best to give Simon his privacy without actually leaving the room.
I thought I might stay to watch it happen, but I don't think the sheriff's going to allow that, Grey Rat. So I will leave you with the certainty that your death will not be in vain.
And with that, he'll let go of his chin and stand.
His gnarled face falls slack, and he crumples once more in the spot you left him.
Oh, by the way,
And Simon will haul back and kick him swiftly in the face.
that's for exposing me.
He topples over lifelessly to the side.
Burn well, old friend.
And he'll turn back to Quinn.
I'm done now. Thank you.
Of course. It should go without saying, but what you had to say is between you and the Fallen. And he thumps on the door. We're done.
The door is heard unlocking and then swings open slowly.
Quinn will lead the way out.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel much better now. I feel like I could do a tap dance on the chimney.
I wouldn't recommend it. We might be hardy people, but a fall like that can still do damage.
Has anyone ever told you you're like urine on a bonfire?
Don't believe I've heard it put quite that way.
Well, now you have.
Be that as it may, if you'd like, I can show you to your quarters.
Oh, I have quarters, do I?
Such as they are.
You're going to have me sleep in an ale barrel or something equally undignified?
I was thinking of a cot next to a modest wine collection.
A wine collection?
'Twas my father's.
I see.
I, of course, have no use for it.
Unless, of course, you choose to entertain.
I've seen no cause.
Very well, then. Let's be on our way.
All right. The two of you are able to leave the tower just as easily as you came in, and before long you have reached Quinn's manor, his estate. Quinn, do you want to describe this estate for us, since it's yours?
Basically just going to read what I sent you.
That's fine.
The estate itself sits on 2 acres just inside the city walls. Consists of a main house, a modest stable, a woodshed, and a moderately large storehouse. It's not made of Lego bricks. The stable houses 3 horses. That's unimportant. Outside there is a cart for hauling goods. The main house itself is made up of 10 different rooms, kitchen, several bedrooms, a study, a parlor, a formal dining room, a foyer that could be used to host some small intimate gatherings if need be. Below the main floor, there is a cellar, to which Quinn escorts Simple Simon. Inside the cellar, some simple dry goods, surplus spices, small selection of wine. There's also a heavy stone arch with a fairly thick oak door.
I miss my slum haven already.
If you must feed while you're here, and I'd prefer that you didn't, but if you must, do your best not to be seen. Most of my herd are not initiated into the ways of blood. I do have a female servant above. She is not to be touched.
I have no interest in your servants. What do you take me for? Some kind of base animal? Now your horses. And he'll raise his non-existent eyebrows. What vintage are they, may I ask?
The courser is an Arab. The draft horses are draft horses.
Simon veritably licks his lips. Well, if he had lips.
The draft horses could stand to be bled anyway, though do leave them standing.
Of course, of course. They're your property after all. Never let it be said that simple Simon does not respect the property of others. Except, of course, the Tower of London.
Quinn arches a very high brow. Once I have finished carrying out your sentence, you are free to stay, of course.
I can't imagine anything that would please me more. No, wait, I can. Being eaten by cockroaches.
I'm sure if you asked, the prince could arrange that for you.
I'm sure if you asked, he says mockingly.
So far as I'm concerned, Simon, once you've carried out your sentence, our association under this roof at least can end. If you'd like to carry it on, I would be amenable to that.
Let's just see where the nights take us. Who knows how long it will be before this sentence ends anyway.
As I said, once you've carried out your second drought.
And he actually looks a little bit frightened for a moment. That's clearly struck a nerve.
Well then, if there's nothing else.
Indeed. And Quinn will go heave open the heavy oak door, and then heave it closed.
All right. And with that, eventually the two of you fall into a slumber as the day rises, and we move on to the following night. As we do so...
wait. Chance to hunt.
Sorry, what?
I didn't get a chance to hunt.
Oh, good call. We'll turn back to Tito, as Tito is hunting. How are you going about hunting? You're in your domain.
Yeah, I'm in my domain. He'll try his luck at finding an isolated person at this night.
All right, similar wrong place, wrong time. Pull them into an alley, or
Yeah, along those lines.
all right, you'll have the same roll, but you're in. Well, you're in your own domain, so the difficulty will be 7. You find one unfortunate passerby that's trying to make their way home quickly from something. And you're able to feed on them. How much are you meaning to take?
Just 3.
Alright. They pass out in the alleyway after the 3rd pint or so is drained. You regain 3 blood points. And you just mean to retire to your haven for the rest of the night?
Yes.
Alright. So now you, Abel, Quinn, and Simon all fall into this sleep as the day rises, and we move on to the following night, the night of this Juan Felipe heist, and everyone to mark off 1 blood point as we move into this next night. We will start with Abel as we enter this new night. Abel, you've awoken for the evening in the humble, the modest, but amenable haven that's been provided to you through your connection from your sire to Bella. What does Abel mean to do first thing as he awakens?
As he awakens from his slumber, he will see how well he can obfuscate himself into the guise of a mortal monk.
Alright, manipulation performance difficulty 7. Alright, you pull it off. You are able to become a very, very ugly, but probably human-looking monk.
He will take this mask out onto the streets and head to Elysium early.
Alright. We will follow Abel as he goes to Elysium with this mask on. You enter Elysium beneath pop lollies, passing through the screen and joining the groups of cainites gathered there this early point in the evening. Who is Abel looking for in Elysium, if anyone?
He'll start by just surveying the landscape and seeing whom he might recognize.
Alright, give me one moment to review my notes and make sure I don't give you the wrong information. You see that... well, actually, the catch there is Abel only knows a handful of cainites in this city so far. He would know Rebecca Godfrey, the keeper of Elysium, and she is present. Trying to think. The other cainites, you would see Helen is here as well. She is present, and she's actually speaking with Rebecca right now. The other cainites that are present, you would not immediately know.
Abel will attempt to hear what they're speaking about before he approaches.
It sounds like it's idle chit-chat, although you do hear something of, a lamenting of the deaths of two more cainites in London, referencing, of course, Ruby Pierce and Grey Rat. They seem to be remarking on the grim atmosphere that has been smothering London. So they're not speaking about anything of any particular sensitive detail right now.
Abel will approach them from their line of sight so that you can see him coming. If he has to choose which one, he will choose Rebecca.
They both seem to notice you and pause in their discussion, both offering smiles. And of course, Helen has again put on her own mask. She seems to be the only other Nosferatu who does so while in Elysium. Although you actually haven't seen many Nosferatu in Elysium, so it's difficult to say. But they both smile, and Rebecca speaks up to you first. Good evening. I do not believe I have met you yet. Have I met you yet?
Guten Nacht, Fräulein Godfrey. I am Abel. I come from Saxony.
Oh, how exotic. Lovely, lovely. Come, please take a seat. And she gestures to the right, where there is an open seat on this sofa lounge that's kind of wrapped around, almost like a booth around this table.
Abel will sit and look between the two beautiful ladies he's seated next to. I couldn't help but overhearing your conversation earlier. London seems to be in a dark state.
Helen looks over to you from across the table and nods. Yes, well, it's to be expected with recent goings-on. I mean, infernalism, death of the prince, loss of the hounds that were meant to investigate this attack has not been much good news in this city of late.
Yeah, these are dark times indeed, for I would think most of the world, not just your lovely island.
Yes, that's true. I'm sure every city faces its own difficulties. It's difficult to look past our own. Rebecca chimes in, trying to offer a smile.
Abel smiles back, and it's a gruesome-looking smile, missing a few teeth. His mask is not very well put on this evening.
Helen seems to notice this as she speaks up again. It pleases me that at least one other prior bothers to put on a face for Elysium. You'll note that not many others of our kind frequent here.
That is most interesting to me, my dear Helen, as where I'm from, the Briars appreciate a good Elysium. And I must say, you mentioned earlier infernalism in London. Do either of you know who might be investigating this matter?
They exchange glances, and their expression seems to become grim again. Well, a number have attempted. There was actually quite an entrance by an ancient cainite some weeks ago, she says, looking to Helen as if for acknowledgement. Kawiya El Gaduba actually graced our city for a short time, and her ghoul came with. They seem to have been drawn by this nightmare sight that happened above the tower that I'm sure you have heard of by now. But I've heard through the grapevine that her ghoul was slain not long after, and she seemed to have, well, I heard very little. She appeared scarcely to anyone, but I had heard she'd lost heart and took his remains back to Bulgaria.
Mein Gott, if a powerful Romanian elder can't solve London's problems, I do hate to bring the mood down, ladies. Certainly there's something more rousing we could speak of. Do either of you know Tito Vega?
Oh yes, of course. Tito is becoming quite well known around this city. He's actually one of the only remaining hounds that were appointed to try and solve this attack on Elysium. I do not know if you've heard of that or not. She says, looking at you questioningly.
Abel shakes his head. Nine, perhaps you could tell me of it?
Yes, well, months ago there was this horrible attack on the second Elysium, which no longer stands. It was mobbed, as I understand it, by villagers, and, well, there was some call made by an elder Malkavian by the name of Simon. He was to give some warning of some kind about a plague bearer, we learned later. But apparently, in the midst of this warning, they were attacked by this mob. Only a handful of the dozen-odd cainites who attended survived, and Tito was one of them. They were appointed as hounds to investigate, find out what they could about if this was connected to the vision or if there was some kind of plot to attack Elysium. But most of those hounds are now, well, dead. Tito is the last, I believe.
Perhaps it would be prudent of me to not find myself in Tito's company at this rate.
Helen perks up at that and looks over to you. And why would you say that?
Oh, well. Several hounds are appointed. Slowly they all die. One is left. What am I to assume?
She scrunches her face together a bit. Well, I would say he's perhaps one of the most lucky to be around. I do not attribute their deaths to him, certainly.
Oh, no. You misunderstand him. I simply mean that one can only be lucky for so long.
She nods, shrugging somewhat. I suppose you are correct.
And what of this Air Chamberlain's scientific discovery? I myself am a man of God and have little use for science, but perhaps one of you ladies might think it's interesting.
It certainly has a few other cainites up and about interested. I, in fact, saw one of the Tremere show their faces here in Elysium. That's quite a sight here in London. I'm not sure how it is in Saxony. But Cole Masters, he was here. He was asking about it for some time. He seemed very interested. I couldn't follow a word he was talking about, but I'm sure he would love to talk about that. If you can find him again, she says, looking around.
Could you describe what he appears like, Fraulein?
She seems not to immediately respond to you as her head crooks to the side. Ah, there he is. He's off in that corner. Speaking to, looks like, Eleanor Gray. You know who that is, yes?
Unfortunately, Fraulein Godfrey, I am still quite new and there are many names to learn. Perhaps you could enlighten me.
Oh, of course. Eleanor Gray is the Toreador Primogen. I don't believe the Tremere have a Primogen anymore. The last one was run out of town when his child slew the prince, she says with a bright, shining smile.
Oh, well, goodness, I think it might be best that they don't have a Primogen currently at that rate.
There are some who may agree with you, but from the looks of it, I think Cole might be more of a political animal than his predecessor, she says, looking back over her shoulder again once.
Oh, very good then. If you don't mind, I would like to hear a learned man's opinions on Dale Chamberlain's science.
Of course. And she smiles and nods. Well, it was a pleasure having you sit down with us and speaking quite informally. It's nice to see more of the priors coming out and socializing, she says, smiling, looking at Helen, who makes a somewhat forced smile in return.
It was all my pleasure, Fraulein. I do hope that we get this chance again in the future, and if you ever need anything, I am just a page away.
They both nod and smile at you.
Abel stands and readjusts the robe he's wearing, pulling the plain rope belt down to his waist again, and then we'll slowly approach to where Cole and Eleanor are speaking, trying to eavesdrop a little before.
Alright, you see that Cole Masters and this woman identified as Eleanor Gray are speaking, it seems quite jovially, and you see the woman Eleanor Gray actually puts her hand on his shoulder, finishing a laugh, and they both seem to be speaking in low, I wouldn't say whispers, but the last thing you hear before they kind of stop to turn at you is Eleanor looking towards Cole and saying something about, "You have my full support." But at that, they turn to you, seeing that you're kind of nearing by, and Eleanor Gray doesn't smile at you, but she offers a polite nod and a light bow as she takes her leave and steps away, as this man, Cole Masters, turns to you.
Abel humbles himself before Eleanor with a bow and then turns to the man known as Cole Masters and gives him a polite bow as well. Guten Nacht, Herr Masters. Do you have a moment to discuss something?
Perhaps. What is it you wish to discuss? And whom are you?
You may call me Abel. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on Air Chamberlain's, how shall we say it, discovery?
His eyes narrow at you. Make a... go with Charisma Etiquette, difficulty 6. If you do not have a skill, it's at 1 higher difficulty. Surprisingly, perhaps, after kind of narrowing his eyes and looking at you with a great deal of scrutiny and almost frowning at your question, I thought there would be almost no other cainites interested in this subject. But perhaps I have a few moments to speak of this. What exactly did you want to know about this research being claimed?
I had been wondering how viable it is. Obviously, you haven't been able to read an entire explanation of his thought process, but do you think it could be true?
Indeed, I believe it is entirely possible to cure the plague, even those cainites bearing such diseases as do not harm us. There are ways. In fact, and he says, kind of looking past you and around briefly before speaking to you again, there was a neonate that succeeded in quite a bit of research on the subject. I am, in fact, quite interested in finding out more about this Quinn Chamberlain and his methods, as there are a few holes in our research that may be aided. But yes, it is possible, I believe.
Oh, there is another cainite who is interested in this?
There was a cainite who was studying one of our own. He says, kind of opening his eyes a bit. A shame, a great loss to our efforts to lose him, but it was out of our hands. He is no longer in the city, though we still retain much of his findings on the plague, and we have continued his efforts to further understand it, to exact more answers, though critical pieces have continued to elude us.
Abel folds his arms in front of himself. Yeah, I am sorry to hear that he's no longer in the city and able to aid you. Well, my apologies for taking up so much of your evening, Air Masters. But I would tell Air Chamberlain that you're interested in speaking with him.
Indeed, do please give him my regards. I very much wish to be elucidated on the topic by him.
I am positive that he will be elated to speak to you about it in depth. I do wonder, though, you've heard of the good Doctor Fontaine, I believe?
He raises an eyebrow at that. Indeed, I am aware of the Malkavian and his efforts and ludicrous requests.
Yes, and I had heard a rumor that perhaps he was working on something quite similar. Have you reached out to him?
We were discussing this topic with him, but it was difficult to ascertain whether or not he was in fact close to anything resembling a cure or simply deluded in just one more of a series of delusions I have come to find him possessing.
Yeah. I can understand that with the Cassandras. As I said, you look like you are eager to leave, and I shall not keep you any longer.
He bows lightly. Good evening.
Gute Nacht.
And with that, he passes you by. Where does Abel mean to go now?
Abel turns to face the center of the room, and he's going to just take a seat in the corner and watch. Wait for the people he's supposed to meet.
You aren't waiting long before you are interrupted. In fact, when you take a seat and You hear a voice from over your shoulder. Done already, then. You hear Helen's voice, seeing that she is actually right behind you.
Oh, my dear Fräulein. Our work is never done, is it?
Quite the social butterfly yourself, I see.
Oh, do not worry. You fly with a grace I shall never.
She smiles keenly at that and takes a seat by you. I'm glad that you are here alone. Give me a moment to speak with you out of the ear of dear Rebecca.
And what is it you would like to speak of?
Well, I had hoped that Simon would be here as well, but perhaps you can pass along the message just the same. I suspect most in this community, and she kind of looks off into the crowds, suspect I'm mostly a failure among the priors. I do not do much of the sewer digging or talking to rats. I do not have a vast conspiracy of orphans and beggars at my disposal. I know that Tristan likely does not think much more of me than he thinks of perhaps his, well, what once was his child. But I am more capable than I think perhaps most know. More capable of achieving than I think most give me credit for. And you being a new cainite, I think it's most important for me to put that impression upon you. And she says, turning to you, I wish to know what your goals are, Abel. What do you wish to see happen? And what stands in the way of those goals?
If I may start by saying, Fräulein Ellen, that I, since the first moment of meeting you, never underestimated you, nor thought that you were somehow less of a prior. Those that do simply play into your hand. As for my goals, I did not travel from Saxony to London to chit-chat in Elysiums, but I do not know this would be the best place to discuss them.
She nods once. Of course, of course. Where else may I call upon you? She says, flashing her eyebrows, looking, making an exaggerated play at looking flirty.
Abel grins his toothy grin of the mask, and I have not quite established a place in which I feel necessary to haunt yet. Perhaps I could come to you.
Would you feel comfortable speaking of these desires in front of Simon? There is actually much I wish to speak to both of you about.
There are no secrets in our clans between ourselves, correct?
Correct. She says with a wry smile.
It just so happens that I am most likely to meet with Simon this evening, this very Elysium.
Well, perhaps you can pass along that message that I wish to speak with him as well, and we can find a more intimate gathering of our own.
Of course, Fraulein, and I just do not know if his master will let him off his leash.
She seems to smirk at the word master. Well, that is out of both of our hands, I'm afraid. Though I suspect if Simon truly wants, he can find a moment away.
And let us hope that he wants to speak with us.
I'll leave you to it then. Please do pass along that message, and you may call upon me at this address. And she gives you a description and address for an estate home.
Very good, Fraulein. You shall be hearing from at least me.
She smiles and nods. A good evening to you, then.
Yeah. Go forth and spread your wings, butterfly.
She smiles brightly and disappears back into the crowds. And at this, we will break away from this scene and turn back to Tito Vega, actually. Tito, what are you planning on doing as the evening begins?
Well, Tito will head to Elysium to await the others. And
Alright.
making sure to carry with him the scroll, or seal of Marco.
Alright, you're heading there straight away?
Yeah, I imagine Tito's waking up pretty late because of his humanity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Then before we return to Elysium, I'll ask Simon and Quinn, do you two mean to go to the tower before going to Elysium?
Well, Simon does have a date.
Alright, and nowhere else before then?
Well, we might do some shopping along the way before vendors start closing up their stalls.
Okay, so you're just kind of looking for supplies on your way
Yep.
before. I'll forego the roll. I think it's early enough in the evening. You're an experienced trader. You would know who to look for what. Doesn't require a roll. As far as the barber tools and the the more metallic incising instruments, those you're able to acquire fairly easily through an exchange of coin. We'll say, for sake of argument, that you're able to get those before the vendors are closing, just before they're closing. And Simon, you were hoping to make contact with a couple of people for the more exotic pieces.
Yeah, he wants to get in touch with Marcus again for some of the alchemy supplies, and then Henry Cladden, his grocer friend, who also happens to be a fence, to get some of the other stuff.
Okay, quick question. Did Simon pay Marcus before he left and got caught?
I believe so.
Okay, I'll take it on your word. I'm not gonna press you on that. I'm not sure either.
Sure, yeah.
What's that?
I had resources at that time. I'm not sure if I have resources anymore, but
Yeah, you were handed a hefty amount of coin to pass on. I couldn't remember exactly, but if you say you did, then I believe you did. And then we can... let me think. So you're talking to Marcus Bathgate to get the alchemy supplies, and then the grocer to get... what exactly?
some of the other things they need. I forget what else was on that list.
Let's see here. That would mostly cover it. The only other thing you would need are live people. So, unless he was a human trafficker, I think you'd...
No.
Okay. Marcus Bathgate is very much able to supply the alembic, the retort, the ceramic collecting jars, everything else you would need, at least according to these instructions, to conduct these experiments and these treatments. So you're able to collect these things. They're somewhat unwieldy, but you manage well enough. And so the last thing you really need after everything's said and done, after your shopping, is the live subjects. I assume you're not going to be shopping for those before going to the tower, though.
No.
Alright. Then we will segue to the tower scene, but first we're going to take a quick 10-minute break since we're right around 8 o'clock, and we will open up at the tower scene. Does that sound good?
That'll work.
Perfect. Alright. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Alright, great. We can get back into it. Alright. So we return to Quint and Simon as they make their way back through the tower, and you are let back in all the way up to the White Tower until you enter the familiar hall that leads up to the dais. Excuse me. And you see the prince, the chamberlain, and the sheriff are standing at the dais once more, along with a small crowd of elders. The prince seemed to be speaking to Lady Eleanor Grey at the moment, we think. Yeah, because this is earlier in the night. Make sure I got my timeline right. Is that right? Yes, that's right. So Lady Eleanor Grey at this point is still at the tower, and the prince is currently speaking to Lady Eleanor Grey, but also in attendance are the Nosferatu and Lasamba Primogen, Tristan and Juliet, as well as Alexander Hitchcock, an old Bruja Ancilla dressed in long crimson robes, not unlike a cardinal. And Alexander is giving a bow to Juliet as Tristan stands by, and the conversation all seems to be mostly ending as they are leaving as a group, leaving the sheriff, chamberlain, and the prince. And that is what the two of you see as you come down the aisle.
So Quinn is going to go ahead and approach to a respectable distance and allow the elders to finish discussing before, and then wait to be acknowledged.
You're passed as you're waiting by the elders who file out. Eleanor Grey smiles as she passes you, Quinn, though the others largely don't take notice of you, except for Alexander, who gives you a respectful nod. And Simon, you bear Tristan's hideous stare long and hard as he passes by you, going mostly unnoticed by the rest.
Quinn will bow respectfully to all, and of course, make eye contact and nod pointedly at Alexander.
Simon keeps his head bowed, although the look from Tristan is not lost on him.
It seems that you have been more or less been given the go-ahead to approach.
Quinn will lead the way. Your Grace, Lord Prince, we've come to carry out the remainder of Simon's sentencing.
Ambrose turns to address you as you approach. Good. You've made this simple for me. He looks at you, Simon, just to gauge your reaction or demeanor.
I've made walks like this before, sire. In my mortal life, I was hung as a murderer. I feel no more shame now than I did then.
Very well. And he withdraws a small blade and cuts at his wrist, letting the vitae flow out and into a silver goblet sitting on a throne nearby. And he takes it and turns back to you with it, offering it freely.
Simon will move forward and reach out with both hands to take the goblet. Despite himself, he feels thankful for this gift. Something is tugging his emotions unnaturally. He has no way of knowing that it's the blood he's already drunk from this man. And he will indeed sniff the vitae.
It has a deep aroma that intoxicates you, even more so than the first time you tasted it.
To eternity,
He says, and then swigs back the drink, the draught.
It's somehow even more desirable in how it tastes going down your throat than the first time. And the prince nods, looking to you. With this, it will distract my mind less what you may get up to while in my domain. I release you from Quentin Chamberlain's charge. You are free to go where you'd like, though as a recommendation, you might consider my words again, Simon. There is time yet to gain station and acclaim, and restore your clan's fall from grace.
I hope to do more than that, sire.
But that's all he'll say on it.
Quentin, you have performed the duty demanded of you as a whip, but you will directly serve your new primogen, Alexander Hitchcock, whom I have just appointed. I expect you will do just as well under him.
I would do no less, though, given the choice, should the need arise, I would be glad to serve as your herald.
He nods once, and you think you catch a smirk from the Chamberlain, Robin Olivers, to his side. That is all I have for you. He nods again.
I would also recommend, should any status arise from my discoveries regarding the plague, I would choose to share such rewards with Master Simon.
Truly. He says, looking at you, barely raising an eyebrow.
He has been instrumental in gathering supplies thus far. I see no reason to disbelieve that he would be of similar use as we carry out these experiments.
Well, loyal if nothing else. He says, looking back to Simon.
Simon shrugs, looking over to Quinn.
So be it. I will keep this in mind.
My thanks, Your Grace.
Is there anything else?
Not until I am called to aid my primogen.
Very well. And he seems to turn. It looks like he's moving to leave.
Simon stays still and silent.
Quinn bows.
The Chamberlain and the Sheriff remain, at least for now.
Once Ambrose left the room, Quinn will right himself and then turn to leave.
You are turning to leave when some sound draws your attention further down the aisle toward the entrance. It sounds like raised voices, and then you hear what sounds like a yell from one of the guards.
Quinn arches a brow at Simon.
Simon looks suddenly uneasy.
What now?
I had the very same thought.
Looking back, you see that two figures further down the aisle, close to the exit, are pulled tightly together. One of them is clearly a tower guard, and the other is concealed from behind. But within a few moments, the guard is let go and falls lifelessly to the floor, revealing the identity of the figure, who is now moving up the aisle at a hurried pace.
Quinn draws his sword.
The former hound and scourge of Prince Adam Ford, having not been seen in weeks, is now looking as wretched and haggard as anything ever has. Blood coming down his face where he has just fed. He is stumbling forward, half crouched over, almost falling, and sometimes using his arms to carry him forward.
Quinn is going to yell, "White!"
I have returned. Serve the court once more, my lords. I have escaped from my imprisonment below.
He cackles and coughs, and it becomes very clear that something is on his skin. You can see it as he passes the ensconced torches. His skin was already pale and disfigured, but now it's covered in abscesses and black marks, and you can in fact see chunks of his face are actually falling off as he stumbles forward ever closer.
Is he armed?
It looks like he has a sword at his side, but it's not drawn. He is not holding any weapons.
So Quinn's going to try and reason with him, since he seems to be at least cogent, if not, coherent. Ford, my clansman, let me help you.
We turn briefly to Simon. How is he reacting to this?
Simon is not liking this one bit. He's actually going to step off to the side and obfuscate himself.
The prodigal son, Quentin. Ambrose's favorite brown noser. Come to do more peddling, merchant?
He says as he gets a little bit closer, and you can almost smell something on him. It's disgusting. virulent.
I have a chance at a cure, Ford. Surrender and let me help you.
Ford looks around as he is now close enough. He's only a few paces away, and you can see he's just a walking nightmare. He's almost melting in front of you. You can see where the skin and cartilage and muscle is peeling off of him in layers and chunks, and then healing, and then beginning to decay again. And you hear the sheriff, who has stepped off the dais and made a few steps forward. He calls past you.
Something afflicts him that I've never seen. Keep your distance.
Don't let him touch you. Quinn is going to extend his weapon at length, kind of keep him at bay.
Ignore these wounds. It is a paltry curse. I shall... so hungry.
And he stops and steadies himself, panting and sweating blood.
Ford, you are to be staked for your own good and the good of this city. Now comply and kneel,
he says, raising out a hand with a stake. Does Simon do anything while he is obfuscated?
Simon's looking around for Tristan.
Oh, I should say the elders departed right around the time, right before you began speaking to the prince. They're long gone.
Oh, so they were walking by us out the door.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so he's not looking for Tristan. Then he's going to stay still and quiet, hoping that Quinn and the sheriff can handle this.
No, not again. I won't be experimented on again. You won't take me.
And Ford's fangs immediately come out, and his eyes are wide and feral as he lets out a hiss. Roll wit's alertness, difficulty 6. Both of you.
Oh my god.
Yep, fucked.
Alright. Give me one moment. Immediately, Ford leaps forward at lightning speed towards you, Quinn, and he immediately basically tries to pull you into a grapple. Roll your strength brawl to resist.
Can I parry, since I'm armed?
If you had noticed this was coming, I would say you would have mental wherewithal to parry, but he has gotten close enough to get in clinch range, so now it's a matter of can you shrug him off. I think that's fair, actually, looking that over. I think I will give you that chance. Roll your parry. We'll see if you can... I'll give you that parry. And I'll let you do that reflexive blood buff, because you were ready. I don't want this to be that cheesy. We'll see if he succeeds on this grapple after your parry with your blood buff.
We're still on knitting, though, because he attacked, right?
That
Yeah.
seems fair.
He's still, like, one way or another, he's going for this attack, so we're...
I haven't heard the roll for parry. I think it's just straight.
Dex melee.
Yeah.
Standard.
Can I apply that willpower I spent to this?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not that it mattered.
Okay. Well, I did want to give you that chance, at least.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just dice hate me.
Yeah. Alright, so he does have you in this grapple. He's not trying to hurt you, he's trying to feed from you. That's what you initially realize, is he bites into you and he's drawing blood out. You lose 3 blood points in this initial attack. And after that, we're going to go into initiative moves. Okay. So in this new round of combat, Ford is just, he's still feeding. Roll your self-control to see. I mean, it won't be your turn yet, but you can roll self-control to see if you're going to be able to resist this turn. He's just drawing more blood out of you. And you can see, even as you're, that close to him, that more pieces of him are falling off. It's like he's healing and being dissolved at the same time.
What's my difficulty?
Difficulty 8, self-control roll to overcome the kiss. Next is Sheriff Jack Timbers. Yeah, you are lost in the ecstasy of the kiss. But the sheriff has an easy target right now, so hopefully...
Hopefully he's got good aim, too.
Wow.
Well,
That's a lot of dice to get one.
yeah.
Connected.
He rolls like I do.
Alright, with Potence, that's 5 successes on lethal. Let's see how Ford does on soak. Alright, Ford takes he soaks none of that and ends up taking 5 lethal as this axe from Sheriff Jack Timbers comes quickly off of his back as he bursts forward in a quick flurry of speed, and he moves past you, and he brings this axe right into the back of Ford, and it just guts him from behind, tearing through his abdomen from the back. And he is pulled away from you, Quinn, as he is struck down almost entirely from one blow. We move to you, Simple Simon. You see all this happening.
All right. Are there any torches or candles I can grab off the wall?
There's plenty.
All right. I'm gonna grab a torch then.
Okay, to grab a ensconced torch, I'll have you do a courage roll, difficulty 3. Just be able to handle a decently large flame. Okay, you're able to do it. Go ahead.
All right. He's gonna grab it, and he will actually brandish it at Ford. Pack! As he comes out of Obfuscate.
He hisses at you, and you can see that there's nothing human left in him. It's all animal instinct. He is lost entirely to the beast.
I'll burn you to ash, I swear it!
That's all he's gonna do for now, hoping that the more powerful ones can...
Ford retreats. He's on all 4 of his limbs, and he's backing away, and he backs away immediately. He looks like he's running for the door to escape. Next move to Chamberlain Oliver, who has his hands out, and he seems to be concentrating. We'll see what he can do. Alright, well, you see that something appears near the door. Some black tentacle seems to manifest right as Ford is trying to escape, and it reaches out to grab him, but just barely misses at the edge and doesn't grab anything at all. He keeps moving away. Quinn, we turn to you as you see Ford he's been scared off. He's running away, but you have an action before he's out of here.
Can I close the distance?
You can. You're fast enough, I believe. Yes, you're fast enough.
So I'm going to close the distance, and I'm going to try to stab him from behind.
All right. Just a regular slash?
Yep.
Okay. Dex melee, difficulty 6. I'll give you +2 dice since you're attacking from his back flank. And he's just outright running away. Oh, wow, reroll 2 of those 10s. Nice, that's 6 successes on a slash. Go ahead and roll your damage. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Yeah.
Ones don't take away from damage.
Oh, well, I was using your thingy.
There's
So-
a soak damage macro, but
Oh,
anyway,
my bad.
that's actually
Five.
gonna be 5 successes of damage. He soaked 3 of it, but you only needed 2 to bring him down. So with that attack, he's incapacitated at the very least. Go ahead and describe Quinn as he brings Ford down at the last second.
So Quinn recovers from his swoon from being bitten and leaps up and rights his sword, dashes forward as Ford retreats and pierces him through the back.
You hear a gasp go out as he falls to the ground and goes limp at the very exit, at the doorway to the exit of the White Tower. And you see that his mottled and putrid body is lifeless, and you see that he's still falling apart even as he lays there. There's bits and pieces of him just kind of rolling off. The blood sweat continues, and he's literally melting and falling apart in front of you.
Quinn is going to extend his blade into Simon's torch to burn away whatever blood might have clung to it.
Simon will hold the torch out steady.
Quinn takes a very command position. Burn these rugs. Stake this man. I'll meet him.
What about you? You were bitten.
I know.
Unless he's stopped by the Chamberlain and the Sheriff, he will start burning the rugs, like rolling them up and burning them.
The Chamberlain and the Sheriff are taking slow steps forward, looking very cautious, and you hear from behind the sounds of footsteps as you see that Prince Ambrose has returned. What's all the commotion? What happened?
Your Grace, our clansman has returned, and Quinn is, so I'm going to go ahead and do a self-control roll before I do this, because I feel like it's warranted. Because Quinn's about to do something that may seem really stupid. Give me a difficulty for putting the hot metal against the bite marks from Ford.
So you're using hot metal to like...
Burn away whatever he might have left behind.
Okay, to bring hot metal to your own flesh, that's going to be a courage. I'll give you difficulty 6.
Nope. I tried.
You hold the hot metal and you start to inch it closer, but something in your beast immediately retracts and you drop the blade.
Does Simon see what he's trying to do with it?
You see him bringing a hot blade towards himself when he drops it suddenly as he backs away.
You want me to do it?
He looks pointedly at the sheriff. Hold me. Then he looks back at Simon. Proceed.
Simon will put... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The sheriff obliges, seeing what you are attempting to do, and he restrains you.
Simon will pick up the sword and run it through the torch again to get it red hot. Then he's going to put the torch back, because too much fire is going to be a risk. And he will attempt to burn the bite.
All right. Let me think.
Yeah, it's a Roshrek roll.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Rotrix, so that's going to be Courage. Actually, I have a handy-dandy sheet right here. Let me just look at it really quick. It's not super useful. Oh, being burned, difficulty 7. Courage, difficulty 7.
Hey.
It's searing and painful, and you... Let me think if that warrants an aggravated damage placing against the neck.
I leave that to you.
I'll say it's small enough that it's... I mean, you're not placing the whole thing against, like, you're not, like, rubbing it up and down or anything. I'll forgo it. It's burns like all hell, and it does leave a mark, but it's not significant enough to your vampiric body as to wound it.
Okay.
Let me think really quick.
I mean, I'm happy to take the ag if you decide that's warranted. I knew what I was getting into when I chose this course of action.
Alright, it's only going to be one aggravated because it's just touching you, but it is almost a burning blade. So one aggravated. So the sheriff sees that you've held on, and he sees that the blade is retracted, and he releases his grips as the Chamberlain has taken a few steps forward to look at the quickly deteriorating body, and the prince is looking around at each of the faces in turn. That was Ford. I barely recognized that thing.
Quinn is kind of panting. He did scream when he was burned, but there's little enough shame in it. That thing may still be Ford. It's possible I may be able to recover the man.
I do not think you will have much to recover in a few moments, Whip. You hear the voice of the Chamberlain faced away from you.
So he's legitimately rotting? Just, he's no longer healing?
No, you don't see the blood sweat anymore. You just see pieces kind of sloughing off of him, and it's getting down to the bone. What the hell could do this to something like us? You hear the sheriff say, as he looks over this corpse, which is quickly just becoming a pile of viscera and ashy pulp and mess on the floor.
Quinn is going to try his best to scoop whatever is left of Ford into a sample container without actually coming in direct contact with it.
You're able to do so, and you do see that as you start to manipulate the contents, he's virtually liquefied at this point. His bones crumble at your touch. There's less and less of him to scoop up.
It resembles the plague.
I've never seen a plague do this to any other kind. How can this do this to one of us?
There are two possibilities. Either I'm wrong, and it's something completely new that we don't have any defense against, or it has transmuted.
What?
The infectious agent has altered its form and function so that it can attack a different creature.
The sheriff stares at you blankly, blinking once. But the Chamberlain turns at your words. So this could be something new entirely.
As I said, I could be wrong.
Well, for all our sakes, I hope you have an answer with that research you've done.
As do I.
You cured this once before. Yes. The prince looks at you.
Never so advanced a stage.
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll, difficulty 6.
I definitely did not lie just now.
Well, you're implying that you've treated plague.
Difficulty what?
Standard.
Cross your fingers, Simon.
His eyes narrow at you. You do know how to treat this, don't you?
As I said, never so advanced a stage. Though the same principle should apply. One so far gone may be more difficult to recover. Preferably, I would like to inoculate as many healthy individuals as possible to prevent the spread.
Alert the keeper to this. I want him informed, since he is appointed to this task as well.
Of course, Your Grace.
But otherwise, besides him, do not speak of what has happened here.
Speak of what, Your Grace?
He nods and looks to the Chamberlain, who has rejoined this group. See to it that the ghouls clean this mess and burn everything he touched. The Chamberlain nods and sets off in a different direction. I have business to attend to elsewhere. I've seen enough of this mess. The sheriff makes his way out as well. And soon it is just the two of you. What do we see when we turn back to Simon?
Simon's eyes keep drifting to the burn mark on Quinn's neck. You can't help but wonder if he's been infected, although scientifically he doesn't know what that means.
Alright, I'll leave the scene to you, both of you.
What now?
Quinn is obviously exhausted. He kind of sags a bit. Now, I need a bite to eat.
Very well. Where do you normally hunt?
I normally try very hard not to, but it seems I'm not in a position to argue the point. His normal, proper demeanor seems a bit cracked at the moment.
I'm sure we can find you something.
None too picky, mind. As long as it's big enough to scream.
Simon looks markedly uncomfortable at that statement.
We had better get going then.
Indeed. Tito's probably impatient by now. Quinn will sheathe his sword. Don't know what I'm more angry about. Being fed upon by a wretched, dying creature, or having my favorite sword ruined by fire.
Pick one. Although if it were me, I'd be more worried about the bite.
I haven't the time to be worried, Simon.
On the contrary, you have an eternity to be worried.
All the time in the world, and yet not enough. I have an eternity to live, and yet miles to go before I rest.
We're not going to go any miles standing here like idiots.
Fair enough. And he'll start out the door.
With Simon on his heels.
All right, the two of you make your way out past the mess that was once Ford. As you see, ghouls are moving to clean up and burn much of what remains.
Quinn eyes several of the ghouls and ponders. Do you think they'd be missed?
I shouldn't risk it if I were you, unless you want to spend some time in Grey Rat's room.
They are but ghouls. Fairly easy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Fairly easy to replace.
So are walls, but you saw what happened there.
Quinn looks like he thinks better of it. As you say. What was it you said about respecting the property of others?
It's important to do it when you can.
Well, this time, I suppose.
I'm no saint, of course. I've done my share of stealing. But not from people as powerful as our prince. And he is a kind and justly one,
Simon says. Although he looks confused that he's saying that.
Just, perhaps. Kind. Sometimes. What's immediately outside the Tower of London? Like, domain-wise.
What is outside the Tower of London domain-wise? For hunting?
Yeah.
Let me look really quick. I don't believe I know what it is, but I don't want to give you the wrong information. It's largely Ventru domain territory outside the tower. Actually, I should say exclusively.
Quinn sniffs derisively. It wouldn't do to owe a favor to the Ventru. Let's move on. He's looking specifically for somewhere between here and Pop Lolly's that's controlled by a Bruja he knows and or who owes him a favor.
All right. There, from the tower to Pop Lolly's, you pass through Ventru and Toreador domain. It's not until you've reached Pop Lolly's until you're across the street from the first Bruja domain. So it's up to you. You're there by the time you get there.
Do I see any of the cleanse wandering about?
Yes, you do. You're on a very long and very central thoroughfare that goes through London that's called Mercer. or Mercery, and it is a very wide road and very frequent. You even see a few carriages moving along this road. That's how wide it is.
Any alleyways off of it?
There are plenty.
Trying to think if it's late enough in the evening for there to be drunks passed out in alleys yet.
That's very possible. Likely even. Pop Lollies itself is a tavern and a brothel on the top side.
So Quinn is going to go perusing through the alleyways for any human detritus.
Alright. Make a perception alertness roll. Let's say difficulty 7. Tonight's not your night for finding the token drunk in an alleyway off of Mercer. You're not finding anybody. You do pass a few cleanse who eye you suspiciously again.
A few of them? Is there one lagging behind?
A little bit. Not like a quarter mile or anything.
No, just so that the nearest one is just out of earshot if I try to flag him down.
So you're trying to get maybe the last of this group of 3 to notice you while the other 2 don't.
Exactly.
All right, and you're calling out to him?
Yeah. I'm pointing down the alley furtively, trying to look panicked.
Make a manipulation performance on difficulty 6.
Yay.
He stops in his tracks, looking back to the 2 who were just turning a corner, and then looking back to you, and he stops and walks back into the alleyway. Oi, what do you want?
I saw something down there.
Very quickly, where is Simon in all this?
Simon is close by with his hood drawn up, doing his best to look unimportant.
The man, this older-looking man in a long brown robe, his hood is raised as well, and he takes a few steps back into the alley and kind of looks in the direction you're pointing. What are you going on about here?
There was a creature. Horrible.
Well, another one.
Yes, please.
I'll get my mates. Give me one moment. I'll be back.
No, it'll get away. You have to go quickly.
Heard some stories about some awful things. I'm gonna get my mates. I'll be right back.
No, it's going away. You have to catch it quickly. And Quinn will start hurrying down the alley without him.
Oh, fine. And he follows in after you.
Quinn is going to try to slow his pace just enough for him to get the cleanse agent to to scoot in front of him.
And soon enough, he does. All right, where is it? Where is this thing?
So Quinn is going to try and clap a hand around the guy's mouth while also gripping him from behind.
All right, so kind of like a grapple.
Yeah.
All right, strength brawl, standard. We'll say difficulty of 5. He's not expecting this, and it's dark. Yeah, you do it. You get a really strong grasp on him, and he's... I mean, you basically have your hand wrapped around him. And you immediately hear the muffled yell as he reaches up and grabs at your hand and starts fighting you.
Quinn is going to go ahead and feed.
Alright, the struggling stops as soon as your fangs go in. How much do you mean to drain?
Well, in Quinn's head, there's at least a fair possibility that he's infected, which means this man is likely to die horribly either way. So let's see.
Simon is keeping a lookout, by the way, in case his mates do decide to come back.
Noted.
I'm debating things, trying to decide whether or not I want a specimen or a corpse. I'm going to go ahead and take 3 for right now.
Okay. He stops fighting you, and even as you retract, you can tell he's gone limp in your arms. He's passed out from blood loss. He'll probably live for now, but he's passed out.
He'll motion to Simon, help me hide the body. We'll be taking him back to my estate after we've met with Tito.
Simon nods and moves to help.
We did need specimens after all.
Who better to experiment on than this scum?
Well, I'd hate to foul my own herd. Until I can be certain that I am not infected, I'll have to abstain.
I hope you don't expect me to carry him myself.
No. I'll send for the carriage.
Right you are, then.
Is there anything you would like us to roll to hide the body?
No, I mean, there's a few crates nearby. You think that you could, stuff him in one of these barrels and hide him amongst the crates, and you're able to do that relatively easily with 2 people working on it.
So noted.
And you stuff his body into the barrel. What do you mean to do next?
We'll go and meet with Tito at Potwally's.
Perfect. We will change scenes. And we'll move back a little bit of time as Tito, you arrive in Elysium, and you see that it's fairly populated tonight. You see that Cole Masters is speaking with Eleanor Gray, and you see that this new cainite you've met, Abel, is actually speaking with Rebecca Godfrey and Helen, the Nosferatu. I think if I'm missing anybody that would be of note. Ellen is present, of course, as well tonight. Yes, Ellen is present.
While Abel's chatting it up, Tito will speak with Ellen, just to get a general feel of how things are in the city.
Good evening, Tito.
Good evening, Ellen.
What can I do for you this evening?
How fare you these nights?
Well enough, I suppose. Just as looking out to the crowds, I understand that Grey Rat and Ruby Pierce were executed in the morning.
What are your thoughts on this?
She shrugs slightly. The idea of meeting the sun is a frightful idea. I have been considering significantly the idea of leaving London, setting my sights elsewhere. This city is so grim and full of trouble.
Well, this plague is as dangerous as I have been recently led to believe. It'll buy you some time, perhaps. This thing may envelop all of you.
Well, it's not just the plague, it's the politics as well. I've noticed the elders are back to their plots. I saw Genevieve Silvers was speaking with Tristan. Cole Masters saying something to this Eleanor Gray. They're plotting and ploying, and it seems always to be at the expense of us, of the younger.
That's correct. Always at our expense.
Do you not ever feel cloyed or suffocated by, well, Juliet? She says, as she almost whispers that word, looking around and closing in.
At moments. Recently, she has given me my space.
Yes, I'm sure she has for the moment, but it is only time before she uses you as a shield of some kind.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. She never seems one to be interested in politics.
For now, she says, looking at you. What if she does become interested?
She will throw her weight around, and I shall have to do what is best for the clan.
Her eyes widen slightly at that comment, perhaps unsure of what you mean. Be careful, Tito. This is a small pond and there are many big sharks.
Duly noted. I try my best to be cautious these nights.
How fare you? What do you mean for this evening's events? I have seen you speak with Marco Vespucci a few times now. What interest does he have with you?
A path. Path to my investigation.
Truly, so he means to help you.
That he does. It comes at a small cost, but nothing too dire of a request.
I have heard on the periphery that many in the Ventru distrust Marco since his sire died in front of him.
Oh?
Yes,
Or the other Ventru then?
I cannot recall if you were present during that time. It was a number of years ago. Of course, you do know that Genevieve Silvers and Marco Vespucci are siblings through the blood, yes?
That I do.
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but after that Asimite slew his sire, their sire, I have heard from many Ventru that he has grown distant and distrustful. And so it concerns me to see him pay such attention to you, Tito. I do not trust any of the elders, but especially one like him who would suddenly pull you in. Just be careful, will you? She says, offering a weak smile.
Thank you for your warning and insight into this.
She nods politely. And it's around this time that you see Quinn enter. And is Simon obfuscated at all?
No, he's not.
All right, you see Quinn and Simon enter Elysium, passing through the cloth screen and walking into the ballroom. And of course, Abel is visible.
Well, noticing everyone is here, Tito will step up towards Quinn and Simon.
Are refreshments being offered?
Not currently.
Bugger.
Quinn, Simon, good to see you.
You as well, Tito.
Would that I had better news.
Did something happen while you visited the prince?
The erstwhile hound returned. Ford. The fresh burn on Quinn's neck is kind of obvious.
Tito will give a nod towards Abel.
Abel steps into the group and bows his head to one and all. Guten Nacht, mein Freundin, and how do we all fare this evening?
Quinn laughs derisively. It's all peaches and sunshine from where I'm standing. Can't you tell?
Abel's eyes lower to the burn on his neck and then back up to his face. Perhaps we have a different kind of peach in Saxony.
And a different definition for facetiousness, apparently, as well.
Ford, did he attack you, cause that mark on the neck?
No, Tito. The angel of the Lord came down unto me. And he taps the burn. And the angel kissed me right there. The dirty sod bit me. He was infected with something. May or may not have passed to me. I don't know yet.
Abel takes a small step back.
It's all
Plague,
right.
is it?
Perhaps, perhaps not. It may be a transmutation of the plague. It may be something altogether different. Ford spoke of a curse. He also spoke of being held somewhere below ground. Given what I know about the Tremere, it's like as not that he was speaking of an actual curse. I have a canary in that coal mine, though.
The Tremere.
No, when I say canary in the coal mine, this is a reference to using a lesser being to determine the safety for others.
And I am reminded, I spoke with an air masters this very evening. He is very interested in hearing all about your discovery.
Quick question for you, Bukar. Are there page boys wandering about?
You looking for Tremere and Elysium?
No, I'm looking for someone that I can send to go fetch my carriage.
Yes, there are attendants.
I'm going to hand a couple of coins to one of them and tell him to go to my estate and tell my coachman to bring the carriage down and pick up a barrel in that alley.
So you're sending one of these coachmen to...
I'm sending one of the pages to my estate to wake my coachman and have him come and bring the barrel with the cleansman in it back to my estate.
Okay, so you're giving him very specific directions on like where
Oh.
this barrel is.
I'm giving him a note.
Oh, okay.
The note's going to contain very specific instructions
All right.
and a dire threat to hand it only to my coachman and do not open or read it on pain of death.
The ghoul attendant seems to take it quietly, and he moves off past you, disappearing into the screen.
Well then, if it happens that you were infected, plague
Kill me.
progresses. Kill you so soon.
If I can't cure it, there's no other course. My hope was to develop an inoculation. I don't know that we can spread a cure fast enough to keep ahead of the plague.
Very well.
If I'm already infected, then an inoculation will do me no good.
Let us be done with this night soon so we could focus on it. By the way, everyone, we're attending a dinner party.
Quinn rolls his eyes. Hosted by which jumped up leech, exactly?
The party of Lord Marshall Emerson, of course.
And
You may or may not know of his name.
Quinn shakes his head. I have no idea who that is.
That is of no main matter. The matter is his guest, which would be Father Juan Felipe.
Ah, your witness.
Of course. I was able to procure an invitation. We will use this to gain entrance and have eyes around this party. See what their guard is looking like. See what move we can make while we're there to secure Felipe. So, I trust everyone is on the same page.
Very well. Quinn looks nonplussed.
Well, we turn to Simon briefly. What is he doing during all of this?
Simon doesn't appear to have been listening to anything. He's kind of looking around the room. When asked if he's in agreement, his head snaps back.
You would
What?
you would notice that Helen has been staring at you for some time when you finally realize that.
What am I agreeing to now?
The dinner party.
Dinner party? Do I look like the sort who goes to dinner parties?
I'm sure you have plenty of disguises.
Whose dinner party?
Lord Marshall Emerson.
A
The reason...
kind.
A kind, yes. The reason we are going is to secure Father Felipe.
I see. And if he wants us to eat his food, then what?
Why then, we dispatch their guards and carry off in the night.
Quinn rolls his eyes loudly.
That sounds as much of a plan as well, you know which one I'm referring to.
I do.
Alternately, depending on the nature of the audience, I could regale them with a body interpretation of anatomy.
I think even I would like to see that.
At which point you would be able to scoot the good father off into an antechamber and interrogate him at your leisure.
And mayhap I am too simple here, but could we not just wait for him to leave and then talk to him then? I don't quite understand the point of all of this sneaking about.
Well, that's the thing. We don't have information at all. This will have to be done impromptu. Well, we see who we deal with. We have no idea of Father Felipe's retinue, nor what it looks like inside this place, unfortunately.
Then it would be good to have Simon and myself be there unseen. You two seem well brought up and better to attend a fancy feast.
If you two wish to be the unseen shadow at this party, that is perfectly fine.
I do trust you'll come up with some sort of plan.
Yes, once we gather enough information. We may just simply track Father Felipe and be able to ambush him, perhaps have a distraction for his guards. But let us see what this meeting is about. Perhaps we can learn more of the cleanse.
I do think Helen wishes to have a word with me. She's been staring at me since I arrived. If you'll excuse me.
Of course.
And Simon will separate himself from the others.
All right. You make your way over across the ballroom and to where Helen is sitting off by herself. And she smiles and nods, and with her mask apparent to you. Simon, good evening.
I'm surprised you want to talk to me after everything that's happened.
With Grey Rat and all that?
Yes.
It is unfortunate, though I cannot hold that personally against you. I'm certain it was the work of that Ventru. Cannot blame you for wishing to help a clanmate, yes?
Yes. We'll go with that.
I should like to hear more about that, in fact, but perhaps another time. It seems you have something of a meeting going on over there.
Something like that, yes.
Well, I shan't waste your time. I do wish to speak with you and Abel at once, so I may save my breath, so to speak. And she smiles at that comment.
I'm sure we'll have the opportunity after our little meeting tonight.
Indeed, I wish to be more available, more helpful than I feel I have been in some time. I think I can help you, Simon, with what you want to do. I only need to know what it is you want to do.
We'll save that conversation for when Abel joins us as well, I think. But it's nothing that would usurp the prince or any of that rot.
She smiles at that. Well, that's a relief. I should mention while you are here, I've heard a rumor with all the breaking of the Masquerade and all the attention drawn on the city, I've heard reliable confirmations that hunters have been arriving in the city lately. And her face turns a bit more grim.
Hunters? I assume you don't mean game hunters.
She shakes her head. And I don't mean the green hunters fresh out of choir holding a cross and a bead of rosaries. I mean the kind that have killed in the past.
I've never met a fellow such as that, and I never want to.
Nor I. But I thought I might mention it, as these streets are growing more dangerous, hunting more dangerous, simply living. It is not safe to be on the streets and not appear with the up and up, so to speak.
Indeed, I was nearly caught less than 1 week ago in the waterways.
I had wondered where that rumor of a monster beneath the sewers had come from.
I did my best to be careful, but in the end they left me no choice.
Well, you can hardly be blamed. There's so many of them down there from what I've heard.
It's veritably crawling with them like rats. Although I like rats more, I should say.
Well, I simply wanted to pass that along, and of course, when you and Abel have a moment, perhaps we can all speak again.
Then ta for now.
She nods politely.
Simon's just going to find a comfortable place to sit now and await their whatever it is they're doing here.
Alright, we turn back to the group gathered together.
Any other questions or suggestions before we head out?
So, did you have a plan, or were you meaning to make it up as we go along? Because if that's so, I'll happily stay here.
I sort of did not expect you to just back out, but...
No one's backing out. However, I've never invested in a venture that didn't have a sound business plan.
Well, because of the invitation, I can say we would not expect combat as long as we did not do anything stupid inside. If that is your concern.
And my concern is, once we're inside, then what?
Well, then we monitor Felipe, and when an opportunity presents itself, we escort him out. Peacefully, hopefully. With our powers, it should be a simple task against him.
If you weren't aware, the more we use the gifts of Cain, the more we open ourselves up to discovery. I'd much prefer going in, creating that opportunity you were hoping for, dealing with the good father on the premises, and leaving with everyone in one piece, including Father Felipe.
Abel nods his head at this. What do we know of this Father Felipe? Is he righteous and holy, or corrupt and able to be bought with a merchant's coin? And he looks Quentin up and down.
My point is, answers can be obtained with mundane means. If he's forthcoming, by all means, compel him. But even a man of the cloth has his price.
A word of warning, Simon says from where he's sitting nearby. Helen has just informed me that hunters have been seen entering the city.
All the more reason to be subtle. Frog marching a friar through the streets doesn't strike me as subtle.
Well, we may just have to keep him there that evening. It would be best to question him at our leisure, but this may not be something possible.
If we can't get the answers we need in the time that I can provide, I know a certain someone who can covertly follow the good friar wherever it is he may go, and then report back. And he looks pointedly at Simon.
Yes, I suppose I could do that.
Well, that is a problem with where he goes during normal hours. To the headquarters of the Cleanse, if I recall.
Oh, delightful.
We're not concerned with normal hours. We're concerned with where he might go in the evening to lay his head.
I've had thugs follow him around for quite some time to figure out his schedule. This is one of the few opportune moments to capture him.
And Quinn cocks an eye at Simon. You see that? The Magister has just compared you to common thugs.
He does have a point. I didn't make my reputation on being a gentleman.
Yes, but I'd certainly not classify you as anything like common.
I suppose not. Not anymore.
Is there the reason for trying to be so decisive, A.R. Chamberlain? We are all working towards the same goal. You two are invited to this feast, and us two are not seen there. It does not hurt to see if an opportunity arises.
Indeed. But I would like to know what the goal is and have a clear path to it.
Sometimes, my good sir, you must trust in the Lord.
Yes, yes. Put your faith in the Lord and keep your blade sharp.
Well, if all you need is a clear direction, then yes. We question Felipe, peacefully or otherwise, about the identity of who started the riots, or the mob that burned down Elysium. The secondary objective is to learn about the Cleanse, their hierarchy, who is at the top, As far as I've been able to discover, he is the highest ranking.
Just know that if you raise your hand against the man, we will be undone.
Yes, you've all brought that to my attention.
Quentin looks pointedly at Abel. It has been my experience that God helps those who help themselves. And then Quinn heads towards the door.
Abel smiles at the other two left in the group and says nothing.
All right, the three of you that remain, do you follow after, or...
Yeah, so we would all leave at the same time, I'm assuming.
Abel will try and walk in the back and pull Simon close to him. Out of earshot of the other two if he can. Otherwise, it's not too important. Manbluda, I assume Ellen has spoken with you about our meeting?
Only to tell me she wants to have one.
Yes, that is all she would say to me as well. Though she did seem eager to help.
I wonder if we have time to talk to her now. Quinn has already hit the road, so to speak.
I think it would be best to put aside a longer allotment of time. I'm not quite sure exactly what it will entail.
I suppose she'll have to be content to wait then.
I know where we can meet her later.
Then let's tell her, and quickly.
Abel will walk over and do so if Helen is not in the middle of a conversation.
No, it looked like she was moving to join a group, but she sees you coming and stops to appraise you. Abel?
Helen, Simon and I will attend to you later this evening, if that is good for you.
Of course.
Until then, auf Wiedersehen.
She bows her head and curtsies.
Abel bows as well, and then rejoins Simon and the others.
Alright, and the group of you all mean to make your way straight for Lord Emerson's manor?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible to spend blood to improve your appearance and look healthy again, to answer a question I just got, but for every dot away from 8 on your path, it costs 1 blood. So at 7 it's 1 blood, but if you're at a path of a rating for 4, it costs 4 blood, and so on.
Oh.
Yep. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It's rules as written. I feel like it'd be easier for someone on the path of humanity to do better than someone very high on a different path. But anyway, that's for a different time. So we will change scenes to the manor. Alright. You arrive the group of you soon enough. This manor is not far from Westminster. It sits along the water. It's a large estate, you find. A high wall of dense bushes and foliage seems to wrap around all but a single entrance, which is held by a black metal gate, currently closed and manned by a guard. This is within sight of all of you as you approach.
Abel will be obfuscated before the approach.
And Simon's actually going to put on a mask.
All right, that's manipulation performance difficulty 7, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and describe your ugly but human-looking appearance.
Simon's sort of go-to look is a rather greasy-looking fellow with nearly shoulder-length sandy blonde hair, his face crisscrossed with scars, his eyes bulging, and obviously very unhealthy looking. He looks human, but only barely so. It's much better than what he was working with before, though, that's for certain.
Indeed. We turn to Tito and Quinn as the two of you make it within sight of the front entrance, this guard and the gate. It looks like Simon has put on a mask of sorts and Abel has disappeared. What do we see when we turn to Quinn and Tito?
Tito will look towards Quinn and give him a...
We're approaching the front gate or the front door.
Front gate. You're still outside the estate.
Quinn looks expectantly at Tito. You said we had an invitation.
Indeed. Tito will procure Marco's seal from his robe.
All right. The guard, I assume you're walking up and presenting this to him, and the guard looks at this seal and the insignia inscribed upon it, and he looks at you and then Quinn and Simon in turn, and he kind of winces when he looks at Simon. You see this man is armed in chainmail with a halberd, and he reluctantly moves to open the gate, and he opens the path for you. And another man on the other side, similarly dressed and armed, he greets you and speaks up to the group. This way, please.
And Tito will nod his head as he moves forward.
So Quinn is going to inform, I'm guessing this is a page.
Looks like a guard. Maybe a house guard.
Fair enough. So Quinn's just going to go ahead and follow along.
Simon as well, keeping his face placid.
Straighten this tunic a bit.
What is Abel doing as he is hidden from sight?
Abel will be following close behind the group, not wanting to get locked out of doors and gates.
The gate is open wide enough and long enough that you're easily able to do that, and this man leads you on a winding path through gardens and trees up to the large manse itself, and at the end you meet a large wooden double door, which the guard opens up for you, and before he lets the space open. He stands in the middle, and he looks at the group of you assembled. I'll have to check you all for weapons before entering, of course.
Quinn is, of course, still wearing his ornate scimitar.
Will be returned to you on your way out.
But a trifle, for show, sir.
I must
What is
insist,
it?
sir.
What?
I must insist, sir.
My father will be quite cross, and he will turn over in his grave. There is even but a scratch upon it.
The man looks stoic. But he turns to the other two, Tito and Simon.
Simon shrugs and he'll allow himself to be searched, although they might be confused by touching what they're not seeing.
Tito carries no weapons on him, but he'll also make a point to not lose or damage his friend's property, else his master will hear of it, and he will be expected to pay.
This guard remains stoic as he searches each of you in turn, and your weapons are removed. And Quinn, your saber is set to the side, somewhere on the inside at a table. But then you are allowed entrance inside.
What do we see inside?
I was making sure everyone was actually going inside. Inside, give me one moment, I'm changing backgrounds again. Actually, that's not necessary now. Inside, you see a well-lit and a high-ceilinged room, polished marble floor, and large, winding wooden staircase. Busts and paintings are placed decoratively here and there. You see two more armed guards, similarly dressed at either side of the staircase. And it looks like a maid has entered the area right around this time, nodding to the guard who let you in, and he leaves, closing the door behind him. You don't see any other guests or anyone waiting around. It doesn't sound like a huge party. There doesn't seem to be many other people here besides staff.
As we were coming in, just to check on the guard presence, we've noticed 4 so far.
You've noticed 4 so far, yes.
Okay. Lots of staff. Is it like obvious there's a main hall towards the dining room, or?
There are 2 hallways that jut out to the left and right that go for some distance, and then a larger hallway at the top of this double staircase. But the maid seems to speak up, seeing the confusion in your face. You are here for the dinner with Lord Emerson, yes?
That is correct, my dear.
May I see your invitation once more?
Of course. Tito will bring out the invitation.
She looks it over and turns it over in her hand before turning it over again and handing it back. This way, please. And she leads you up the large staircase, and once you're at the top, you go down this long hall with many more portraits hanging until you finally are brought up again upstairs and to what looks like a private room with 2 more large wooden doors that are currently closed. And you see 2 more men. These men are in plate armor and broadswords and visored helmets. They look different than the the staff guard that housed this estate otherwise, that you've seen here and there passing through the estate. You think you've counted maybe 10 or so guards, and these two look different.
The guards look different.
These two standing outside this double wooden door look different. They're dressed in full plate. They look like proper knights. I'll turn briefly to Quinn and Simon. How are you reacting? Are you saying anything or doing anything as you're led through this manner?
Quinn is... how do I put this? He's a bit apprehensive. He mentions aloud it's quite a good deal of security for a simple dinner party. Are we expecting trouble?
The maid speaks to you sidelong as she leads you through the manor. Oh, no, I shouldn't expect so, not with the retinue here. The Bishop of London never goes anywhere without a full complement.
Impressive soldiers.
She nods to you, Quinn. That and Lord Emerson himself has quite a few already here. We're quite safe, she says with a smile.
I should like to speak with the bishop. I've some thoughts on theology. I'd love to get his take on.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to speak with him. He's right in this room. And she knocks on this double wooden door as you approach. Before opening one of the doors, your guests have arrived, my lord. You hear a voice from inside. Send them in. And she turns back to you, bowing her head respectfully. And she steps aside so that you can enter.
Tito will enter.
Out of curiosity, the knights at the door, are their swords sheathed or held?
Sheathed.
Okay.
We turn back to Abel as he's been following along. Is he doing anything, or how is he taking in all of this?
Abel is wary of the sheer number of guards, but it's understandable to him for a bishop to be protected, especially in this sort of climate, political climate, that is. Are the knights wearing the sigil of the bishop? Are they wearing, like, on their tunics, or are they the house crest of Lord Emerson, or are they just in armor and no tabards?
Because you have... I'm not sure if this would fall under theology or academics, but I believe you have enough of both to recognize that they are wearing the insignia of the Bishop of London. They're readily identifiable as knights of the clergy, or knights in charge of defending the clergy at the very least.
All right. Abel's not sure where the plan to get the bishop alone is going to go, but entering into this room with his cohorts, have you described the room for us yet? I'm sorry.
No, I was waiting to see if anyone had done anything else outside before everyone stepped in.
Abel is just keeping a mental note of how to get back to the front door at this point as he enters.
Yeah, we're not going for the bishop.
All right.
Oh, that's my bad.
You step inside, and the first is an elderly-looking man in a great deal of white and black cloth wrapped about him, looking irritated and confused as he looks towards the doorway. And that is... the Bishop Ralph Stratford, the Bishop of London, whom you all would recognize except perhaps for Abel. The second man, you see there are only 3 men at this long table, and there are 4 guards posted around at each corner, more of them in full plate and metal visors that are closed. The second man seated at the table is adjacent and in the center of the 2 others. He seems to be in his late 40s or early 50s with a steely gaze, and he's actually turning to look at the last man, and this is whom you see in the center. The last man he looks unsurprised to see the group of you enter, in contrast to the other 2, but he appears to be a young noble wearing fine gold and blue garments, as well as a large band of gold and jewels draped around his shoulders and around the back of his neck. It goes around in a ring. And he looks at the group of you almost with a bit of contentment, and that is... this man. I was expecting more company, but... yes. I believe you have an invitation, if you would be so kind. This man, this young noble on the right, dressed very finely, asks of you as you enter.
Of course, my lord. And Tito offers a courtly bow.
And he takes the letter, and you see that as you've entered, this middleman, this kind of silver-haired, perhaps Spaniard-looking man, is looking at you with wide eyes, Tito. He looks like he's seen a ghost. But the noble reads the letter, ignoring his guest, and then rolls it up and hands it across the table to the Bishop of London, this multi-layered clergy member on the far side. And finally, this silver-haired man he just stands up and he points at you, Tito. You! What is everyone else doing as this scene is unfolding?
Tito looks at the man, a hint of confusion on his face. Responds, yes. Have we met somewhere?
Now, what is Quinn doing during this time as the apparently 3 of you enter?
Quinn is going to bow deeply at all of them and address the Duke first, as befits him for his station. Good evening, my lord. We appreciate your hospitality. I'm ever so glad to be in the same room as such noble people. And your eminence, pardon our tardy arrival.
And Simon.
The moment that Tito gets pointed out, Simon suppresses the urge to panic. He forces himself to keep calm. He's dealt with much worse situations than this, and he'll just wait to see how it plays out. But already he's looking for an exit. Are there windows?
To your horror, there are no windows in this room. It is a fully enclosed room, except for there are two doors. The double doors you entered, and there's a second set of double doors behind the table that lead out somewhere else.
Then he definitely feels like a rat in a trap.
And lastly, Abel. Sorry, go ahead if you have more to say.
No, I said just all the same, he does keep his face placid still.
Abel has begun to wander towards the group of men seated, and as the middle one stands quickly and points at Tito, sort of stops in mid-step to see what happens next. Upon approaching the bishop, though, is there any sort of feeling of holiness or repellent?
Make a perception awareness roll, difficulty 7. You're certain there is nothing unholy about this man. The Bishop of London doesn't strike you as a secret, supernatural creature, but you don't get anything particularly benevolent from his presence. He seems like an ordinary man to you.
All right, then Abel will wait and see what transpires.
The man in the center looks at you, Tito, as you speak up to him.
What are you doing here? What is the meaning of this, my lord?
He says as he turns to the young lord, who is still seated, Lord Emerson. And he seems to ignore the question entirely, maintaining a very placid face as he looks over to the Bishop of London, who looks wholly confused.
Yes, your holiness, I believe we should excuse ourselves. Father Felipe here is being taken into custody.
And he says this with a discomfiting, thwacking sound from his lips. And you see that Lord Emerson, this young noble, is looking at you, Tito, and he actually rises from his seat and bows his head lightly before looking at the bishop with an intense look and gesturing for them to leave as he rises. The silver-haired man in the center, Father Juan Felipe, he looks perplexed and enraged and confused. The bishop looks more meek, and he nods once, almost afraid. He looks back to Father Juan Felipe, uncertain. And following suit, the guards, these full-plate soldiers, accompany the bishop and Lord Emerson as they start to walk towards the door, past you, filing out.
Tito just smiles as everyone is filing out.
My lord? My lord! This man continues to call out as they ignore him and walk out of the room, leaving just the four of you and Father Juan Felipe, who you can see is starting to sweat as he looks at you, Tito.
Calm yourself, Felipe.
Are you commanding?
Is everyone gone?
Yes, it looks that way.
Then yes.
All right. That is manipulation, intimidation. Difficulty will be 6. Father Juan Felipe, he closes his mouth and his eyes lower somewhat. You see something glaze over him a bit more. Why are they doing this? How did you make it in here?
Well, I'm supposed to take you in. The church has suspicions of, remember what happened to the townsfolk of... Out of character, I completely forgot the...
Remember the riot you started? And the fire that resulted?
Thank you. Yes. The church has suspicions about you. I'm to bring you in for questioning.
He shakes his head, backing up a bit. And Abel, you said you're standing right behind him, right?
Yes, just blocking the door behind him in case he gets smart.
Okay, so you're not like literally...
No, I'm a few paces behind him.
Okay. He takes a few steps back and he's shaking his head at you, Tito. He looks unconvinced. No. No, I can see it in your face. I know what you are. Are you... That does not make any sense. Are you an agent of Vadik?
Tito raises an eyebrow at the mention of this name. What do you know of Vadik?
He looks around at the other faces. The sweat is going down his face, and his face is red. He looks very nervous, like a cat backed into a corner. No, this does not feel right. I will say nothing.
But I must compel you to thus. You should do it peacefully. We don't need to spill any blood on this.
Quinn pipes up and starts counting coins out of his purse. You can do this the easy way, and he just keeps putting one coin after another onto the table. Or you can do this the hard way. The easy way shows you leaving here with a pocket full of coins, free to go about your evening.
Each of you make a manipulation empathy roll, difficulty 8.
I assume not me, though. I'm not really talking, right?
No, not you.
Simon's just standing there looking intimidating.
You can reroll at 10 if you want. Father Juan Felipe looks at you, Tito, and he looks unconvinced. He still looks a bit nervous, although clearly the fire in his flight has left him. He looks at you, Quinn, as you speak up. He looks at the coins. I see there is no way out of this for me.
Simply answer honestly and you'll have your way out.
He grits his teeth and then slowly makes to sit down again. Very well. What do you wish to know? What do you demand of me?
Tito will step closer towards Juan Felipe. Well, it's clear to me you have ties with Vadik. What has he made you do?
Vadik. Vadik has made me do nothing. He has empowered me. I am capable of greater things because of him. Greater than I ever
Through the
hoped I could
cleanse.
do at Edmonton.
Sorry. Through the cleanse.
The cleanse. He seems to look off in thought, almost confused. I have guided the cleanse as needed, as to fulfill his wishes.
Vadik has gifted you with many gifts, then.
More than you can know.
Is he the one who... No. B. Tell me what you remember of the night at Edmonton.
Still looking a bit vexed, and looking around the room, he looks back at you. I remember the crowds in an uproar. That was back before I knew what gifts he could give to me. But he brought them into a fervor like no sermon I've ever seen could possibly do. I was not part of that. That is not the blood on my hands. And he looks down at the table, clearly uncertain at even those words.
I see. Yet... you must still feel responsible. It's happened.
Sometimes. I know not all I have done is holy, but through him I am capable of much greater good, even at the cost of such evil. In Edmonton I was nothing. I was a priest of a single parish. Now I could do anything. With his support I could accomplish so much more. Even if some may die in the process.
As Vadik made you drink of his blood.
He looks at you and blinks a few times. As I said, he has made me do nothing. Everything I have done has been of my choice.
Then he has offered it to you.
He doesn't immediately answer that. In fact, he doesn't answer at all. He just stares at you with those steely eyes.
I think his silence is answer enough.
Indeed.
He owns you now. You know that, right?
He has given me more opportunity than ever I had as a simple man in Edmonton.
Quinn sighs heavily. No. He's made you a pawn.
What I will build now, what I can build with the
Will
centuries
be nothing
before me,
more than what he wants.
the cleanse is a means to an end, that is all. To build in something of legend, of memory and significance.
Yes, but his ends, not yours, not your gods.
You do not know him like I do. He is a great man.
Many creatures of his ilk. He is no different. Simply a jumped up usurper wishing to claim more than is rightfully his.
He almost smiles at that as he shakes his head. If only you knew who you spoke of.
I know what I need to know.
He looks back to you, Tito. This must be part of his plan. That is why I was instructed that our hunts for you should end. It must be part of his plan. He nods.
I'm afraid this in particular was not a part of his plan. This was from you failing to be his worthy pawn.
He shakes his head fervently at that. No. He would never betray me. Never. I put my life in his hands.
Unless, of course, you failed him. Is there something you forgot? Something you overlooked? Some directive he issued you didn't carry out?
The one and only thing I have never succeeded at under his guide was capturing him. And he points to you, Tito. But otherwise, I have served him faithfully, and he knows that.
Men of this type are fickle creatures. He's cast you aside. You're worth no more than pocket lint.
Make a manipulation intimidation roll, difficulty 8. He looks at you at those words, and there's something that wavers in his eyes. No, it cannot be. I am his most favored. Of all of them, I have served him the most.
But it is. He has given you so much, and yet you failed him. Should I make that roll too?
Yeah, you can make that roll. No way. This will all make sense. When he explained it to me later, it will all make sense later. Do what you will. Vadik will protect me.
Very well then.
He says, folding his arms.
We've tried to convince you that Vadik has forsaken you. You will learn this in time. For now, you will come with us.
When your master fails to come rescue you, you'll know the truth and the weight of everything we've told you. Then, perhaps, you'll find a more appropriate use for your fervor.
He grimaces at your words, rising and looking at the two of you.
Get on with it then.
Tito will secure Father Felipe's cooperation, dominate him, command him to follow.
Alright, he seems to be less resistant now. He seems to have almost given up at resisting at this point. And you get him to follow you. We turn back to Simon and Abel. What are the two of you doing as this exchange is unfolding?
Simon's extremely confused, so he crosses his arms over his chest, looking back and forth as they discuss these. He has no idea who Vadik is to begin with, but assumes that he's a cainite, judging from the conversation, and that's all he's getting from this.
Abel is also slightly confused by the conversation, though he has heard the name Vadik before. He'll save his questions for when he can be seen again, though. I do have a question, however, for Quinn. Do you pick the gold back up off the table and put it in your purse?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, then Abel will not take it from you.
We had to use the hard way.
Alright, Tito, you seem to have Juan Felipe in your custody. You are free to go where you like.
Tito will head for the exit. Yeah, pretty much just straight out. Of course, he'll give his regards to the Lord. Perhaps have the servants deliver that as he leaves, but pretty much just getting out of here.
Alright. And Quinn following behind.
Quinn will express his regrets to the bishop that he wasn't able to speak with him at greater length. And then follow.
You both realize they're gone from this room, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, we figured that we'd be passing them when we left.
That or
That's
perhaps the maid again. Escorted out or something.
Okay. On your way out, and you see that all of the house guards you've identified as Lord Emerson's personal guard retinue, they're still stationed around the house, and they seem not to be defensive or alerted to anything. They still seem to be stationed. You're let to pass freely. And you see that at the bottom of the staircase as you walk back out, that you see that Lord Marshal Emerson is standing right there as you pass by, and he has a wide smile upon his young face.
Tito will respond with a smile of his own.
Yes. I bid you a good evening, my lords.
I thank you. Your assistance has been most helpful.
Indeed, and if you ever find yourself in need of a supplier of spice, do look up House Chamberlain.
He bows his head towards that. Everyone except Abel, make an intelligence alertness roll, difficulty 8. Alright. So you make your way out the door as something occurs to some of you.
And was the Lord Marshal who's doing this?
Yes, that was Lord Emerson, Lord Marshal Emerson, who you just passed.
Quinn will stop. Do you know, there's a young French lass I think would absolutely adore meeting you.
Who do you say that to?
The Duke. The Lord Marshal guy.
Perhaps another evening.
Tito recollects this, but realizing that there are armed guards, he decides it is in his best interest to just make a mental note of this and investigate it at a different time.
Alright. The group of you make it outside the manse, and the door shuts behind you.
Quinn is going to gather up his belongings.
You are returned your saber before you make your way out.
Okay. Has Abel been obfuscated this whole time?
Yes, he will not become visible until we are well away from the property. And,
Go ahead.
sorry, a quick question regarding obfuscate. If I put a mask on earlier and then disappear with obfuscate, when I reappear, is the mask still on, or do I roll it again?
I would let you, if it's in the same scene, I would let you keep it.
So clearly this is a new scene.
I think it's close enough that if you had one on, it'd still be okay.
Okay, I'll just check with you per scene basis, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I won't trick you and be like, surprise, they see you. But the group of you make your way all the way through this passage, back to the dark gardens and out of the gate, unmolested. And then you are back outside. You're outside the manor entirely, and outside of its gates.
Outside entirely. Juan Felipe is with us.
Yes. He said nothing the whole way walking. He's been very grim, but he's been quiet.
Time to debrief everyone. That was entirely too easy.
It's almost as like someone wanted us to take the good father into custody.
It is.
Which may mean he's entirely useless.
Oh, that I'm quite certain. Just the name Vadik alone is probably the most useful thing we will ever gain from him. But there is more. Marshal Emerson, did you notice a strange quirk about him?
You mean his manner of speech?
Yes.
Indeed.
Reminded me of a good doctor that has been missing.
Unfortunately so.
This raises many questions. Why he would be masquerading as the Duke of Cornwall.
Could also be very well that he doesn't know that he's masquerading.
Of course, with how simple this was, I have to wonder if my own Marco Vespucci is involved with Vadik.
It would seem they're branches of the same tree.
In any case, let us present this man before the sheriff and the prince.
As you like it.
Turn to Abel as this is going on. What do we see when we turn to Abel?
Abel is skulking nearby, wondering if he wants to have a conversation with these men or not, questioning how they may have recognized Lord Emerson as Dr. Fontaine. He will approach the group from behind the corner of something as he appears in his Franciscan friar mask that he had earlier. And what would we want? Why would somebody want to hand the father over to us so easily?
Sleight of hand.
That is also anything useful has been stripped from this man's mind already.
And do you not possess the requisite skills to retrieve his mind?
You know what? This is something for me to take a hand at. I admit I have not done much memory manipulation I've not seen a need for the kind, but let me attempt.
It might be unwise to do it in the streets.
Yes. A more private setting would be advisable. And
of course.
if you find him less than pliable, I am in need of test subjects.
Wonderful.
So, you see, the father does have his uses, after all.
This Tito will grin. To the Tower of London, then.
What is Simon doing as this exchange unfolds?
Listening mostly. He thinks the whole thing smells of weak old fish, but he doesn't say anything about it.
As Tito suggests that the group head to the Tower of London, Abel will speak up. Simon and I have a previous engagement we must attend to.
Indeed.
Quinn also offers up an opinion. Do you think it wise to present a prisoner with no proof, nothing to show but the man himself?
Proof of his dealings?
Proof of his contacts, more than just the man. It's entirely plausible that the Primogen could break him, if they so desire. Doesn't sound like they're going to be terribly forthcoming in that. All the better to not share the glory with the elders.
To pull what we can first. It's up to you. Bring
Precisely.
something more detailed.
Perhaps we could bring something of merit and value rather than just a worn-out old priest taken in by some ancient monster.
Very well. I should still have his journal, which helped in tracking him down in the first place. And I will use my own abilities and see what I can glean from his mind.
And do try to sorry.
All good.
And do try to investigate higher ups in the clans.
At the very least, he could be used as a sleeper agent. Send him back in. Have him undo some of the damage he's done.
Yes, the cleanse will no doubt be on high alert.
Unless they've already disavowed him.
Quite. Very well. So take Father Felipe back to my... I will keep in contact with everyone. Hopefully we will get to the bottom of this.
All right. I think at that we will end our scene and end our session, as we're a full hour over. But I didn't want to stop that scene.